Hello and welcome back. Was planning on streaming today because there was supposed to be construction, but the construction was super mild. So probably could have recorded videos today, but usually do stream when it's too loud to record. Don't want to immortalize the sweet nothings of the jackhammer outside. But we are going to be playing a little bit of Dominions. And we might start working on the Dominion spreadsheet. In the abstract, I need to find a way to pull kind of all the units from the files and try and think through a few things. But there's a few ideas regarding spreadsheets for this game. Let's just take a look at I'm not sure when was the last. I wish these had dates on them. That would be really nice. We might start a new game with them, but let's actually come in here and kind of frame some of the what we're talking about. You have various resources by which you get units, and the efficacy of these units you can look at via spreadsheet in terms of turns to kill, and you probably want to relativize it to per square, so what it does per square, because there's going to be up to 10 size worth of units in a square, and you want to kind of think through it like this, but this is something that can be done. We have the technology. It just would be pretty complicated, and we would need some way to I don't know how to produce CSV files. People have done it for me in the past. But if we can import all the information, we can maybe start working on a Dominion spreadsheet. And I'm kind of interested in doing that, because I'm kind of curious what the best way to look at some of this stuff is. Because I think that some units are just kind of undercosted. Or, well, obviously some units are going to be undercosted, but the question is which. And the question is also why. What stats in general are undercosted stats? A lot of the, I think, gold cost of stuff, I think, is procedurally generated from the stats. And whatever procedure they have for informing what the gold cost is, maybe is not accurate. And so we probably should also just try and reverse engineer what is making stuff cost certain amounts of gold and stuff like this, in terms of trying to think through it. And I've been thinking about this for a little bit of time. And so maybe we start a little bit of a poll on the YouTube, because the YouTube lets you run a poll for a while. What focus on? If we do a poll on Twitch, it only lets you run a poll for like 10 minutes or something. It doesn't let you just like have a poll chilling in chat. So we'll kind of float that up into the ether. But currently we're playing a multiplayer game with Quinine. We're on like turn 12 or 13 or something like this. And I was thinking of trying out testing 2 nations that are in the game, but I think we might just run a Quinine game. And we'll just play with our pretender and pretend like it's not going to be the case that anyone in that game might see what we're playing with. It's called Thinking with Your Dipstick, Jimmy. I think we might just keep running the map that we are using in the MP. Pyrene or stream current. Alright, well that's good enough. We could take the time to put in all the other Actually, I think we already have a game. Let's try and figure out which game we have. It's not gonna be, it's gonna be something that says streaming in. MP map stream game. Probably this. Okay. If you're able to send an export of the raw data, I could probably build a tool that you could use to generate a CSV. I need to figure out how to get the raw data then. I wonder if it's in the... Dominion 6 just in the... If I can get it... Pull it from the game easily. Just from like the program files or whatever. It seems like it should... I know there's a place where we have it very easily. Steam apps, common data. Oh, I don't know how this is organized. I think this is something we maybe try to figure out off stream. In terms of getting us... Yeah, the units and all their stats. Where would it be? Looking through the game files right now, I don't really see it. Where you try and spreadsheet, there are way too many variables for a lot of mechanics. Well, you say that, but like... I think, what you do... Okay. Let's talk through. I think you can spreadsheet it. But bear with me. Spreadsheet how cost-efficient units are. Okay. So here's the idea. If you have any children whatsoever, first of all, you shouldn't even be looking at this yourself. This is, you're a parent now. You need to set a good example. But second of all, ask them to leave the room, because we're going to start a spreadsheet. Alright. And I know what you're saying, your child's not fast enough, and they couldn't leave the room in time. Survival of the fittest. Alright, so, we can, let's try and do it like this, for now. This will just be a brainstorm page. We can set up a calculation for prototypical unit for, they're attacked, and it would probably just be a regular human, for how long it takes to kill a square of other unit, and how long it takes to die. Should have just thrown the children out the door. Out the window, even. Okay? And, you ever think of Ivan Pavlov? Rodale. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. You ever think of Ivan Pavlov? The name rings a bell. But, whenever I get a notification Actually, not whatever, but now I'm starting to think about it. Pavlovian conditioning via the audience with the baboops. But Ivan Pavlov, he's the one who did the Bell dog meat spit study. And I imagine every time he heard a bell, he thought about feeding his dogs. Didn't want to use defenestration in a sentence. I'm not even sure. I feel like I know what that word means. Let's double check. Act of throwing someone out a window. Okay, I did not know what that word meant. Okay, but the problem is that it uses DRN. Issue. Calc has to... So it has to be a probabilistic calculation. You can calculate average damage per turn in some sort of way, I think. I'm trying to think if the presence of a theoretical infinite roll makes it so you're... But it's not... The thing is the theoretical... I don't know calculus. I think I need to know calculus in order to be able to set up the equation right. But 1/6 of the time, the roll has a chance to get bigger. But also, you don't get to overkill. Overkill's not valuable. So, Pavlov's paradox, basically. Spreadsheet man's back at it again. We're trying to think through. I mean, we could think through it with no DRN. That would be the very simple way of doing it. In which case, anything that's remotely tanky just takes infinite turns to kill, which is not the way that it works. But also, fatigue is an issue. And then, defensiveness versus AoE. Have fun with parrying and shield breaking. I think we would just ignore the shield breaking, but we would take into account repel, yeah. Maybe we amend this. And then we have repel. I don't think we would do surround checks. But we would do, what is it, when there's a bunch of attacks that go on at one square, that it reduces defensiveness. How's, what's that mechanic called again? I almost think that the mechanic should cause fatigue, not defense. The thing is that mechanic makes you just like... if you're going to have someone that's going to suffer a ton of it, you just like stop caring about defense altogether and you just care about prod only. Morale we might just ignore, but... Just looking up combat on Dom 6. Okay. Because I can't remember the name of the mechanic. Repel. Hey, documentary, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Did that not make a boop sound? Harassment. Oh, that is... Does this require... This might require calculus, which I don't know calculus. Right, because you're going to have iterative calculations and you can predict the average amount of... You could do a very, very rudimentary idea for it. DRN rule, roll 2d6, any dice is 6, count it explodes. Yeah. I know what the rule is, but we have to account for it in the math. The problem is that, I mean, what's the average roll of a DRN? Does it have an average, or is it infinite? I think it has an average, right? But it's like, what we probably do is, yeah. So average is around 8. But that's, what we would have to do is, how do we set it up? Because what we're looking to is average turn to kill versus average turn to be killed. And we actually can completely ignore... we can completely ignore some things. Like, we can completely ignore the notion that we can't kill them if they kill us. We're just... That we don't have to worry about. And in terms of representing the stats, right? You're buying offensiveness and you're buying defensiveness. I think you can ignore, although it's preferable to have both on the same thing. And things get complicated because you can have mixed compositions, which is what we have with Perrine. We have like a hammer and we have an anvil. Maybe we should just get into game. Let's see what people are responding to on the poll. People want to see a spreadsheet. Alright. Alright, the most simplistic way of doing this would be just to use the average DRN. And make a typical unit. let's see. I always forget where the insert new sheet is there. Alright. So, what we would want is... enemy unit. I don't know a better word for it. And then we have a bunch of stats. What are the most relevant stats? I think I'm just gonna pull up a thing. A unit, and then okay. Care about hit points, size, protection, might ignore morale. Don't need leadership in here. We'll put precision in, but we won't need that until we think of that. Combat speed, not likely to be relevant. Encumbrance. Okay. So. And we could populate this for a typical man character, human. God, I wish I should have a different rule, like, thing with Spreadsheet. Oh my, to all Spreadsheet deniers, one does not deny the Spreadsheet. Any chance we could go dark mode? There isn't a dark mode for Google Docs. Can you zoom in a little? It's difficult to read. Yeah. Okay. So... basic to hit calc. Basic damage calc. And this is... this is attack DRN. Versus defense DRN. Right? And then the basic damage calc is... I don't think you roll prot. I think it's just damage minus the protection. So damage roll. The damage roll is strength, weapon, DRN. Hitting shields also. Basic damage calc is attack. Okay. So, easiest way to do this might be just saying, we're going to explode up to a certain value. And we will not explode over that value on the DRN. And if we do it like that, we won't have to do infinite series. Right? We will just say, you know, 1/6 of the time we'll roll a 1, 1/6 of the time we'll roll a 2, 1/6 of the time we'll roll a 3, etc. Until we get to 6, in which case 1/6 of the time we'll roll an exploding 5. Because that's how DRN works. It sets the value to 5, and you get to roll the die again. And so what we'll do is, 5/6 of the time we get a normal die roll, and then, if we do average damage, the problem is that, overkilling will be calculated, and we don't want to calculate overkills. And so, what is watching the stream feel like something I'm not supposed to be doing? Is it because I'm only 30? Get out of here. Excuse me. God. Jesus. You're a child. Please leave. Under the tender age of 38. Terrible. You roll damage and prot? You roll prot? You DRN prot? Okay. Okay. We don't want to... It's not a sim. It's... We're trying to figure out the average number of turns it takes to kill or be killed. Here's... We could have the defender just always have the average roll. And so this means that, for the number of cells, or for the percentage of cells that are over the value, for the individual units, we can make that portion get applied to the damage, the average damage. How do we account for fatigue, though? I mean, what we can do is we could have, can have, turns to kill. Oh my god. You guys know that as a convention, if you're already in a parenthetical, you're supposed to be use a bracket? Can have turns to kill by fatigue. So, we could say at 20 fatigue... Oh, turns of fatigue. Turns of fatigue. So, we could say that after 5 turns of fatigue, this will be the new turns to kill. After 6 turns of fatigue, we could just do it for every single one. But the problem is like, you have an X axis and a Y axis with which to convey information. And then we're going to have like this. Enemy unit thing. Right? Let's give ourselves some space. And then we're gonna have unit name. And then you want, is it unique? Is it a summon? Etc. Gold cost. Gem cost. Because these are the types of things you care about. And one of these is going to be, we could have a fatigue block. Actually, we could do turns to kill at 0 turns of combat, 1 turn of combat, 2 turns of combat, 3 turns of combat. And then we can average them. The problem is that doesn't... The important thing is average turns to kill. Average turns survive, average turns to kill. There's that construction. Right, average turn survive. I think it's going to be far down, but we want the DRN calc. I'm just trying to think if there's really a very strong reason to not just set the DRN of one of the sides to a constant. The issue would be, I think, in instances where, like, you roll a 5 and they roll a 2, those, if you exclude the exploding dice, instances that require both a high and a low roll are harder to achieve because they would require you to explode your dice. And exploding dice are less common than Exploding dice are less common than just a generic low roll or a generic high roll. You should look at the page in the wiki, Dom 5, Defense of Effects Order. I'll try it. If we're not putting stuff in the spreadsheet, we'll probably try and stay here for your guys' eyes, and also so you can see the chat better. Repel, petrify attackers, awe check, eye vengeance. Oh, okay. Oh man, I don't even think about thugs and buffs. Okay. It's thugs and buffs make. I think that we might just have to look at units as a whole. But yeah. We have to do repel. Repel. We'll do repel attack. I don't think... Are there a bunch of units that have this? I think some of these we have to ignore. Holy. I think they won't have most of this. Shield damage. Fizz resistance. Shield damage, fizz resistance. Alright, we need to hit. We have the DRN calculation to attack. What we're going to do is we're going to assign each of these 1/6. Bueller? Am I missing something? represent this as a percentage. Move the decimal one. Let's not represent this as a percentage. And then we will roll 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How do we insert like 50 to the right? Is there a way to do that? Oh my god, lucky units. So we could have like luck, yes, no. But that affects DRN. Or no, it doesn't. It affects if you're gonna die. But all of these are equals 1/6 times 1/6. And then we have like an etc., right? How do we get... We need to know the percentage of times that the attack roll is going to beat the defense roll, basically. How do we do that? If the defense roll is a constant, if it's always the average, then that's really simple for us, right? Because we just have to do a simple if this number is bigger than proceed to the next step. But how do we do it a certain percentage of the time? Oh, I mean, we could do the same sort of iterative calculation like 15 times. Is a DRN... How often does a DRN 1 beat a DRN 1? Or does a DRN 1 beat a DRN? Sorry, the percentage of time... Okay. let's think through this. What we're going to be doing with the attack order is we have attack, and we have percent roll, and then how often each D... Is that bigger than each DRN? Alright. So attack roll probability. Times defense rolls it beats times their probability. And then sum of all this. Ooh, there's a table for DRN. Dom 6 spreadsheet, say it ain't so. I'm trying. It's actually going to take us forever just to set up, does this attack beat this defense? And I'm trying to think if there's a... I mean, once we set up the DRN calculator... It's super complicated, yeah. And we're just trying to calculate the average amount of turns it takes to kill something. Because then it's, then you can look at gold efficiency per turn to kill or something like this. Let's see if the YouTube votes changed at all. Some people want us to switch to testing. I might have to think through this more as well. Chance to roll 11 is 1/6. I mean, a lot of this once we input it, like once we can copy and paste, but wonder how many of these we should calculate out. How big an explode is necessary? Am I thinking about this the wrong way? Do we only have to do the DRN calc once? We might only have to do it once. We still gotta make a table for it, but I might be thinking about this the wrong way. You have to consider exploding dice? Yeah, but we'll only consider them out to 20 maybe. At which point, like, I don't know. I think there's probably a faster way to do this, but... One step at a time with just about everything, though, in terms of how it actually plays out. And this is equal 1/6 times 1/6 times... You know what, actually... This is not the fastest way to do this. This is a little faster. Actually, I just need to do, like, 6 raised to power. But okay. I don't think we need a DRN of more than 20. Held hostage by the spreadsheet sadists on YouTube? Kinda, yeah. Bro, the guy I jokingly banned... I hope he doesn't think he was permabanned, he was just timed out. Not like this. This is like one of the ways you like really start to understand stuff better, so... Can we get a DRN? Can we set something... Chance to hit. Let's try and get... Here. Let's try and get one thing done. Let's just call it a hit chance. Can we do this? No modifiers. We're gonna need to reference the unit's attack. We'll put that there. And we're gonna need to reference the defense of the other unit. We'll call it 10. Too late, you made it a little less not like this. Can't believe I had to go to YouTube to exercise my democratic rights. Terrible. Oh no, people are voting for the spreadsheet, not like this. Alright. So, hit chance is going to be... Oh my god. I know there's a way to do this. With the way we've set up, there's a way to do this. And this actually might be the most annoying thing, is setting up the DRN calculation, which is going to be odds of... There has to be a good way to do this. The odds of this... We can... Okay, if we wanted to just make a bunch of cells, we could do the odds of DRN 1... Could you control A everything and make it text, make it black and the text white? Maybe we can. Is that better? The problem with this, though, is that we generally want to use highlights for information. And how do we highlight information? Like this? Like... I don't know about this system. I guess we could leave it for now. Check the page of the DOM manual. Listen to the man with the Caleb summon avatar. I don't have the manual. Does but I don't know what this is gonna reference. To make it dark gray instead of black. That actually might be easier on everyone's eyes. Manual can be found in game. Okay. Check page 13. Page 13, he says. Wow, the manual's 450 pages. Is there going to be an instance where we need to have more than 10 of difference? We're setting up the calc to do this without any sort of rounding. But I think you're right that this is the way we want to set it up in terms of difference. Yeah. Okay. We want to set it up in terms of... That's the way to think about it. The RN is completely open-ended. Yes, but I think that we will only look to... I understand it's completely open-ended. I think that we're not going to push past a hitting 20 on a single dice. Right? Because you roll 2 dice, right? I don't think I want to consider what happens if we hit more than 20 on a single dice. I think that that's gratuitous. This is a single roll. So what we have to do is we have to... The chance of a difference. Can we copy and paste this? Okay, we can. Just wanted to get more cells here, dog. Oh wait, minus 20. Is 20 gonna be enough? Is plus or minus 20 enough? It's not what I wanted. But I think I smooth-brained that one, to be honest. Usually, if you do this, it'll continue the series, right? Yeah, it will. So this is the DRN calc for a single die. DRN for 2 dice we need to do. Or no, we don't. We can build this in. Okay. Now I just need to think of the way that we set up the equation. Because I think we can set it up where we'll just reference this cell. And then we can slide all the cells over. Like, we can zoop to the left. DRN difference chance. What we want. Okay. Well, if we know it might be easier to do it with 2 dice. Have a different thing like 2 dice calc chance. We would have to do that out to 40 though. No, that's just me not... It'd be very easy to calculate how often will be plus 10. Or, like, it'd be very easy to calculate how often we roll a 10 and 11 and a -1, or in a 1 on the other roll. Oh my god, I feel like my brain's not working here. Yeah, let's also just throw this up here while we're at it. Make things a little bit cleaner. But what we want is the DRN difference chance. Are you able to run Python code? I have no idea about the programming stuff, and if someone sends me an exe, I won't want to use it. Hey, you timed me out? I didn't even notice. I did time you out. I timed you out. And then you never said anything afterwards. I was like, oh man, he thinks I just banned him for life. I was like, oh, whoops. Sometimes you live by the joke, you die by the joke, right? Sometimes you just But there's an equation we can set it up where it'll reference just this and the probabilities of rolling each of these dice, and then we can actually just autofill all to the right and it'll populate all the cells. I just don't know what the math on that equation looks like for me right now. For me is rough. I think there's an equation we could do. I could put the results into Google Sheets if that's acceptable. Yeah, I could open a Google Sheet. I apologize. I just have to be, or I think it's prudent for me to not run an exe. But yeah, I mean, if you could spit out the results like of the DRN difference chance. Or not even necessarily a different chance. I also want to know how to set up this number. But yeah, this is the heart of the thing. Because this is by far the hardest thing to do, to appreciate. We could do... Alright. So if we have the DRN difference chance... then hit chance is going to be equal to sum of okay, it's going to be equal to and then let's keep the column constant minus, well, let's keep the column in the cell constant. $sign makes the thing stay so that if you do like a populate thing, it won't move around what it's referencing. It'll always reference this cell. So it's going to be that. It references those two, and then we need to get the DRN into it. So we need to... How is watching people make spreadsheets, by the way, just in the abstract? I'm just trying to... I wish I was better at this. The issue is we need this number minus this number. We need to sum all of the probabilities of when this number minus this number plus this number is greater than 0. Use Python to make sheets for you? I probably should. I'm like a caveman, like punching on my things. I'm trying to come up with like, I want to only reference the cell if the value is greater than 0. Is there like... Oh... We need if this is greater than 0, if this plus this is greater than 0, then can you do conditional formatting? You can, I just don't know. I'm trying to think of what condition it is. It's like... Let's control X this. If... Oh, we don't actually need all these cells for this-ish. We're just always going to be referencing the DRN. If this... greater than 0... Do we have if then? Oh. I'm gonna have to learn something new. Sum if. That sounds right. How does sum if work? Okay, so basic syntax is going to be the range, the criteria, and then sum range. So the range is going to be Cells to evaluate against condition. Is this right? I mean, we understand what the criterion is. Is it the DRN chance? That we need to do? Then we want to use these exact ones always. Can we not? Okay, wait. It's the if. It's the if already? Okay, so not some if. Got it. I thought you'd at least be good at spreadsheets. I'm not good with spreadsheets. It takes me forever to do these things. Are you sure we don't want to use some if? I think we want some if. It works anyhow, it's very flexible. Okay, we're gonna try and do some if. We're gonna try and do this range. Does the dollar go before? Yeah, it does. And then we need to be if this is greater than 0. But that's just for the AK. So this, how do we format this? So we need this to do... Hide your kids, hide your wife. Hide my brain. If this is greater than 0, then we sum the range below it. And we will not change the column ever, so we'll do this. Whoa, that's not what we wanted. What? Are we not summing multiple things? Holy. Error indeed. Maybe we try it with the if. Okay. If condition I feel like for this we'll have to put in a whole bunch of if statements, one for each of these 40. Am I able to post links in here? I think you can. If not, you cannot. You can ping me on the Discord. I'm not 100% sure. I think you can post links. I don't have a rule against it. YouTube might have an autobop system. Autobops roll out. Okay, but if... It didn't go. Womp womp. You might need nested if statements. You can do if and if. You can do if and if. Holy. Okay, so we do... If condition... 0, and then we do another if. Or sorry, value of true. If XYZ is greater than 0, if the value is greater than 0, if then, and then otherwise 0. Check Discord. Alright. Gonna switch this. Probably get a pop-up for the thing when we open it, so just in case. Is there a way to rotate this? To be honest, we don't necessarily need to rotate it, considering... Let's put that aside for a second. We want AK3 actually. So what this will do is it'll this is greater than, if the sum of this and the attack and defense base greater than 0. So if we put attack at 21, this would actually, the hit chance would go to 100%. No, we did it wrong. Damn it. No, we put it at 31. No, it's displaying this. Got it. So if we made this 1, then this would be 1%. Okay. So it's currently working. I'm beginning to believe. I could probably provide more decimal points. Did you? If you provide it, is there a way for you to provide it expressed as a fraction? Or is that not something you can do? Because then Excel will just do it like infinitum. There's probably enough decimal points, honestly, but if it's expressed as a fraction, the cell will always have the right information, right? That's just like infinite. Okay, so we have this for 1. Does anyone... I could repeat this 40 times, but I'd rather not. It's very unclean, but we could do just plus. This is what I've done on previous like spreadsheet type things. We just do plus and then we repeat the equation for the next one over. I don't want to do that. So I want to understand how to sum them together. Do we use SUMIF? Do we use SUMIF here? No, that's not what we're trying to do. Okay, we're using if. No, we're not doing that. We're using if. Added together multiple ifs. Let's just Google. Can you maybe explain what you were trying to do so I could try and help? Sorry. Trying to read the... So, there's going to be a probability for 2 comparative dice to roll -20 all the way to +20. And what I want to do is have all the probabilities in here. Which is what we had gotten from the other gentleman in chat. And then add them all. Ooh, actually, wait, the way he's outputting it already is doing the calc. This is the probability of it being... this, and this is the probability of it being this or bigger, rather than just the probability of the exact roll. But I'm trying to think if that makes the math easier. But I'm trying to make it so that for every instance where this number plus this is greater than 0, that this percentage of the thing happening is added. Almost ready with the fractions? Okay. If that makes sense. Because in that instance, it will be a hit, and then we add the probability of the roll. And so what will happen is, if we add the probability of all the rolls that are considered hits to this figure, we will know our hit chance when we have when we're using the DRN roll calculator, which allows for these omni-huge rolls occasionally, even though it's only rolling 2 dice because it has exploding dice. And we have this if statement set up to check just one of these cells. And it is doing if this number, if the attack score minus the defense score plus the DRN differential is greater than 0, then it does this. If not, does 0. We need to get the sum of all of that together. So for example, the DRN roll is 31 and the defense is 10. So if we put this is -20 and the defense is 10, so if we put this at 31, it's outputting what the other thing is. So if we make this cell hi mom, right? Then it'll say hi mom. But we're trying to add the values of all these cells. Because what we're going to have is we're going to have a unit here. And they're going to be represented, and their attack score is going to be in there, and we'll know what hit chance they have, and this is going to be the opposing unit. The enemy unit. And so we can... we can compare how good this unit is at killing a bunch of other units, or not dying to another unit, or this type of thing. But we need to... And we're going to use the same calculation for damage as well. To understand. So that's what we're doing. And I don't want to just sum all these together, because there is a way... I understand how to do this, but it would be plus if, and then just repeat this exact thing for one cell over and over and over again. And I know there has to be a way of doing it without needing to do that. I just don't I don't know Excel, or I don't know Google Sheets well enough to know how to do that. And I think we're going to try and get this done. Actually, if you guys want us to keep going with the spreadsheet, we could just keep going with it. But the DRN calc is like the important thing here. Because you can't just use averages, otherwise you'll 100% hit and 100% miss. Spreadsheet stream, woohoo! Yeah. I'm struggling through this because I don't. I could try and ask the Google AI a smarter question. So your first 20 rolls, you want to be able to put something in the cell and a chance to hit and appear something based on the input chance input, right? So you have your first 20 rolls. You want to put something in the cell, hit chance, and the cell attack to appear something based on hit chance input, right? Let's say this is like 5% and this is 10%. If a minus 20 is a hit and a minus 19 is a hit, and those are the only two things that hit, then I want this to display 15%. The minus 20 will almost certainly not be a hit unless something had a very, very high attack. But what I want it to do is I want it to basically be... what it's taking from is basically the attack score of the unit we're evaluating. We'll name this unit Bob. The build. And we want to compare it against the enemy unit. And if his attack roll is higher than this guy's defense roll, then it's a hit. So when they both roll their dice, and for this individual matchup, anything greater than 1 will be a hit. And all of these will be misses, so we don't want to add the probability of these are occurring to the hit chance probability. That's a condition you want to appear in the cell. How do you know if something is a hit? Something is a hit if the attack plus the dice roll is greater than the defense plus the dice roll. And so for this unit, it would be anytime the number's greater than 1, because there's no difference between the attack and defense. But if we had like 15 attack, we could roll a -4 on the DRN, and that would be a hit still. What this represents is the difference between our roll and the opposing roll. You can use SUMIF to find the values that is the difference is greater than 0 for. Sounds like you want probabilities for each roll. Yes. Yes. This is what spent of water is doing. He's working on the probabilities expressed in a fraction, but we're going to show them in percentages. Use SUMIF to sum the values the difference is greater than 0 for. So we use SUMIF. So if attack cell plus attack chance minus defense cell plus defense chance is greater than 0, display corresponding probability. If attack cell minus, if attack cell minus defense value plus this roll is greater than 0, it display corresponding probability down below, yeah. And then sum that all together, sum all of these to get hit chance. So that's what we were trying to do here. So we have the attack roll minus the defense, or sorry, the attack score minus the defense score plus the combined rolls. Both the attacker's roll and the defender's roll. What's the difference between the two? So it'd be like sum if. So it would be like, alright, here, let's... Oop. Sum if sum if this through this greater than 0. Oh, in quotes. Thank you so much. And then for the greater than 0, I assume I need the full calc. Right? So this can never... We don't need this to ever change. I think we'll just always reference these cells, but we want the if M4 minus C14 plus this value. Okay, AK3. So is this correct? Or do we not need quotes? We'll sum the values corresponding to the first range that match the condition. Or should we leave out the AK3? Looks like you have some... Oh, it says some if. Got it. Sorry, my bad. Okay. So if we just taking a moment here. Okay, so yeah, put a ton of decimal places. That should work. But is this the odds of the individual one happening? Wait, what is this? I don't think that's what we're doing. I suppose for now, we could use this just to make sure that what we're doing is working, although it's not exactly what we want. The odds of everything actually from -10 to +10 are the same, just in reverse. Oh no, they're not. 0 and 1. Because of dice, the way dice work. Dagnabbit. .0. Okay, this is in terms of percentage. This is 3%. Let's. I'm gonna pull this off to the side so that we can input this easier. But 5, 6. No, this isn't what I want either. Because this isn't the chance of the individual chance of this occurring. That's not it. We could have input it just very, very simply from. Oh man, what are the odds of you actually having the same role as the other person? I made a horrible mistake. I can't just like inference this. But okay, if we do, we can just make up numbers. If we could say 33% chance. I think these should all be represented as a percentage. Ought to be. So this is a 33% chance, and this is a 12% chance, and this is a 25% chance. Then it should be 37% chance of a hit. No. Okay, so it's not working. It's ready. What range do you want? Is there any chance you can express it in the odds of... Actually, this might be better. We'll set it up differently, just this isn't how we're setting it up before, but... Let me think. Because here we would just have to do is if the thing is greater than 0, then this number, this exact number. Oh my god, my head is starting to hurt. Wait, why is the probability of +30 so high? That's the odd of it being a hit. Right, you're calculating, wait. Yours is the odds of it winning. Sorry, this is like, this is the odds of you winning an even fight. The problem is that we need the odds of this dice roll actually happening. Right? Because we want this to dynamically update as we have different other guy type thing, like with a different attack value. Oh wait, is it working properly? Because I had the wrong attack thing. Yeah, I just want the odds of the dice rolling that way, because then the goal is for us to formulate this percentage chance based on the inputs of the attack and defense, like what you're doing here, based on the attack and the defense of the unit. Also, since we're not referencing any cells below, I think we're just going to add cells up top and move this over. Because we're just always using the DRN. If a guy's 13 and the other guy's 10 defense, differs 3, you win the table to win. Check the table to win. If you wanted to update based on another guy, you need another row independently of the one above. So for this, difference plus 3, you check the table, but it's not a matter of checking the table. What we want is to calculate how often we will hit on average. Because when we know how often we will hit on average, we can start considering how many turns it will take us to kill a unit on average. And this is conveying if something is a hit or not, and how often. This is like the end point of what we're trying to get to. Am I just like super stupid? I feel super stupid right now. Because this is what we want. We could just have it, okay, what we could do is we could have the cell do the attack minus the defense, and then based on the value that's output, just output this figure. Yeah. So... okay. Okay. This is getting the same answer by another means, basically. I wonder if we should do this in another sheet and reference the sheet. We should probably do it in another sheet and reference the sheet. Oh no. Okay. Okay. I can't do that. This we could just represent as a percent. It keeps the raw value in here, but it's just showing it as a percent. So if the numbers get super nitty-gritty, it should work. Yeah, VLOOKUP. Yeah. VLOOKUP is exactly what I was thinking of. A VLOOKUP attack minus defense, rows where you want to check the value, rows. So, we'll name this one raw. And then we can VLOOKUP it. And we can get rid of all this. I think. Yes. This is cleaner. This is way cleaner than the way I was trying to do it. I was trying to do it the dumb way. I apologize to chat and my mother. She raised me better than that, I swear. Okay. So here we want VLOOKUP. And then... Do you kiss her with that mouth? Not anymore. Not after I've shamed myself like this. I'll have to... I don't know. I'll have to apologize to her after the stream. Okay, so VLOOKUP, and then we could do... attack minus defense. And we want the defense to stay constant. We want it to always reference this. And then... this value. And then we need it to look up... I forget how to format these. We want to look up this value. Don't we have to reference the table? We have to convert this to a table, right? Can we just do this? Raw, this. So this has the reference now. And then what we want to output is the other thing. We can open up another one of our sheets. You need false as a third argument. Okay, one sec. I don't want to read the Google thing, you guys are more helpful. Do I reference... I don't reference both of these. I do false and then reference the third. Reference the other one. This? You use array formula? I've never used array formula before. I can open up the sheet I have for civilization though. I know I did VLOOKUP there. I could just like look at the way I did it there. Forgetting where I had it. I think this is when I first did it. I know I have it in... You have to update the range you're using to B6 to... Okay. Got it. One and then false. We want this represented as a percentage. There's some 50 morale units. Should I make it for anything over 30 is basically near 100% though? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess that would make sense. It's 2 and not 1? Okay, okay. Yeah, we're returning the second column based on... Yeah, this makes sense. There we go. There we go. Okay. So. Let's go. Thank you so very much, you guys. The thing you want to look up the range, and then the column you want to return, and then false to say you want an exact match. Big Pog. We did it, chat. The spreadsheet has begun. Okay, so... Oh my god, damage isn't binary. Damage isn't binary. Oh, do we need to do... We might not be able to do this way... We need to do it the other way for damage. Oh, the way that we just deleted everything for. We need to do it that way for damage. It doesn't... Is there a way to do it for damage? I mean, it's gonna be really useful to have the DRE thing anyways. But for damage, I actually think we need to calculate the other way, because we need to know... Because each probability is going to be a different amount of damage. Control Z it? Yeah, basically. No. I mean, we still want... It's more straightforward to DRN, to have a reference for DRN specifically. But damage is a... Damage is a DRN, but the... It's not a binary hit or miss. We also have to put shields in here. Okay. Do you need binary to decimal converter? No, I'm saying the for this it's a hit or a miss, right? For damage it's you're getting a value of the amount of damage you're dealing, and you're trying to say, okay, we're not gonna do every single thing possible, but for if we roll like higher than prot, we want to say up to a certain point, and then calculate that as average damage. But actually damage we might need to do a little bit differently, because overkill damage isn't useful. Overkill damage isn't useful, so we shouldn't count overkill damage, and so what we really want is how many attacks it takes to kill on average, not how much damage do we do on per hit on average. It's how many attacks to kill. Which I don't know if this requires calculus. So you're saying now we hit, you have a chance to hit, and you're saying now when we hit, we have to calculate damage we do? Yes. Yes. One small step for man. We have the hit chance, though. That sounds a bit more complicated. It does. The thing that we were building before, we would have had plus 20 to minus 20 DRN rolls, and what we would have been able to do is if... Oh yeah, that is way more complicated. No, we couldn't even done it the way I wanted to. Or we could do, if this is greater than 2, then plus 2. If it's greater than 3, then plus 3 times the thing. What's the formula for damage look like? Yeah, let's show. So it's the damage roll, attacker's strength value, plus the weapon's damage value, plus what we have been dealing with, which is the DRN, Dominion's random number, and then the protection roll is defender's protection value, plus shield protection if it's a shield hit, plus DRN. So we actually have to, we're gonna have to bifurcate our hits into hits and shield hits. It's going to be another thing. Depending on how the information gets put out to us, this is going to be a little bit less complicated, because I think we'll just turn this into, we'll just do a different calculation for hitting the shield versus hitting the character, and then we'll minus the 2, and then that'll be the chance that we hit the shield. I updated my file. Oh, it's funny that it's like actual 0. Or like the decimal's too much. Too much to overcome. Alright, let's... do it like this. And then... raw fraction. Probability. And then this is going to be doing that will scuff what we just did, but we can fix it. Oh, won't scuff it? Spectacular. Because we have the things in the right column. I thought moving it around would. I thought they wouldn't like that. Oof, yeah, that's more complicated for sure. Yeah, because we have to do the probability of like being 1 higher. And that'll be 1 damage. The probability of 2 higher. And then we have to omit from the consideration the what it should be instead is how many hits to kill. That's how we should look at it. With a DRN of plus 20 to minus 20, how many hits to kill? We want hits to kill instead of damage. And if we... No, that isn't quite right. Because we're assuming we roll the same damage multiple times in a row. It might be better. But the issue is like, if something has 10 hit points, right? Us doing 11 damage doesn't mean anything. It shouldn't raise the average. And also, if we do... like a non-kill hit, a 9 and a 1 are vastly different, right? But what we need is... how many hits will it take us to kill, is what's important. The actual damage isn't important, the hits to kill is important. We need minus 50 at the top. All right. You have to include more rows. Is hit chance really 56%? This should be 46%. Something's amiss. Either your calc or the manual is wrong. Spenta. The VLOOKUP formula, you need to add the more rows you added. Okay, you're right. Oh, just kidding. No wait. Something's still amiss, but it's B5 to what? To C105. Might be better practice to make that a table, but maybe a good place to start with is the probability of 1 hit to kill. So it's the probability of hit times probability 1 shot. Then you could calculate the probability of 2 shots to kill, yeah. But I don't want to do, want to do a separate formula for 1 shots, 2 shots, 3 shots, 4 shots, 5 shots. I mean, maybe that's the way we have to do it. Why isn't this rated mature? Ah! It was in the description. I'm sorry. Yeah, but this is an important distinction. Turns to kill, Spenta, do you have the raw output for all the units? Or do you know where that is in game? Because if we get all the raw output for all the units, we can plug it into the spreadsheet. Think of the children. I'm sorry. The math gets complicated when you want multiple hits because the rolls are different, so the chance to hit is different. Yeah, what we could do is it would be very easy for every differential, calculate how many hits it would take to kill at that differential. That part would be easier. Calculating it where we're considering different rolls, like if we have a -5 roll and it takes 10 hits to kill at that rate, we could just count that, but that's not really correct because they're just gonna under-reward heavy hits and over-reward little hits. I'm hoping you won't need to go past 5 till you have nearly all the probability. Some units have hundreds of life. Some units aren't going to die in 5 hits. Of like anything. Like nothing's gonna 5-shot it. Do people still want us to keep working on the spreadsheet? Yeah, they do. Alright. I'm trying to think if there's a way out of this puzzle. Well, fudge? Yeah. Very straightforward would be, at this roll, how many hits would it take to kill? And then, what's the probability of this roll? But the issue is that that's not how it works. Because you're like, if you do 90% of the damage in one hit, even though that's a 2-shot, that's a way more valuable 2-shot than doing 50% of the damage in one hit. And it doesn't account for that, because what that does is that 90% makes your 10% damage things much better. But is it a wash mathematically? If you have a range of damage, max damage, and minimum damage, no, you're way more likely to roll the upper end of the, or like, there's more, you have way more minimum rolls than you do, like, maximum rolls, so they don't just wash out. They added Carthage to CK3. Time to swap over to CK3, chat. What's the equivalence between hit chance and the damage you do? How do we associate, let's 60% hit chance with the damage we do? They're independent. Hit chance is binary. You either hit or you don't. We're going to have the strength. Our strength is going to be compared against their protection. But hitting is completely different from damage. Since the damage isn't constant, you have to do probabilities, right? Yes. That's why I was thinking going about the probable number of each number of hits to kill. We could do it. We could just say do the first 5, and then after that do average damage. Maybe that's... What? I don't hate that. So we have 1-shot chance, 1-shot, 2-shot, 3-shot, 4-shot, 5-shot, average turns. And we add the, or turns to kill, dealing average amount of damage. That's still not gonna work. Because sometimes the average damage is 0, but you will kill it eventually. Or sorry, the damage with an average roll is sometimes going to be 0, but that doesn't mean you can't kill the thing. Oh, Ned Flanders. Okily dokily, thanks for the follow-y follow-y. It's very inelegant, but we could just do turns to kill with a particular damage roll. So we have to consider this. First, we have the probability of doing the hit first. Then we calculate the damage of the first hit. And second hit comes at a different probability. Well, the probability to hit's constant. We know the probability of a hit. We haven't added in fatigue or anything else, but we have the probability to hit. And so this is going to mean that with 56% chance, which I don't think is... So one of the numbers is incorrect, because we have 10 defense and 10 attack, and so... Or the... with the spreadsheet you gave me earlier, the 56%, it doesn't comport with what the Dominion's PDF has, so one of these isn't correct. I don't know which, but this means that it's gonna take like a decimal average of turns, but this means if this was exactly 50%, right, this means that however many hits it takes to kill, we'll need twice as many of those in terms of turns to kill, because we'll only hit half the time. How do we add second hit, which has different potential probability to the total probability to kill? Yeah, so here's the thing is there's a life pool. There's a number of hit points, and things with big hit points like. Actually, we still don't want to do average things. Mine's incorrect, probably, instead of greater than or equal to. I'll go fix. Okay. I assumed it would be yours, but it's also possible it's not. But And I don't mean that offensively. I assume the manual is more likely to have gotten fact checked by someone. For those of you who are just tuning in, first of all, I apologize for the corruption of your children. Secondly, we are trying to figure out how many hits it takes, how to represent in the spreadsheet average hits to kill when the damage rolls are going to yield a different damage, and we don't want to count overkilling. And we have a... I mean... Yeah, I mean, sometimes the average roll is going to yield 0 damage, but the thing can still kill you. God, I hate that so much. Like, if something is really high protection and has a ton of life, you're not going to kill it in 5 hits very often. But if something has a really high protection score, your average damage against it is going to be 0, but that doesn't mean you can't kill it. It just means you need high rolls to damage it. God. And with any hit, since it's exploding dice, you can actually do infinite damage. So there's a really low chance of just being able to one-shot anything at any point in time. We're not going to try and calculate that out for, like, really high life things, but this presents difficulties in terms of how we're trying to calculate this-ish. We're not going to consider that, they could also get, like, afflictions or something like this after the first hit, which is definitely possible. That lowers their prod or something, or their... So how about this? Let's say our enemy has 100 HP. We do an average damage of 5. We have probability hit 60, so then average number of hits is 0.6 times 100 over 5. No, because sometimes you do... sometimes your average roll... Sometimes your average damage is going to be... sometimes your average roll is going to do 0 damage. It's to the power of it? Okay, wait. Average damage of 5. We have probability to hit 60. So it's 0.6 times raised to 100 divided by 5. That's the number of turns it takes to kill on average. The problem is I don't think we could use average damage. Because sometimes the... Sometimes the average I guess the average damage will never be 0, will it? No, maybe you're onto something here. Will the average damage ever be 0? You can't round up to 1. There's going to be a lot of times where you're going to do less than 1 damage. I don't think you can get to 0 in Divinity 6. Okay, so... we could do that, and then we could do... Average number of hits. Average number of attacks. You're giving us average number of attacks. Actually, rather than average number of hits to kills, attacks to kill. We're still taking average. Can't we just take average? The problem... Oh my god, I forgot we wanted to do fighting more than one guy in a square. There was an objection to using average. What was that objection? You also have constant regeneration and still die to a series of big hits. Yeah. Round up to 0.001. So it's never 0. Yeah, no, I mean, even if we're giving it a range of 50 to plus 50 to minus 50, it would never be 1. I don't think anything has, like, over 50 prot. Well, I think prot has a cap, doesn't it? Prot's cap is like 40, I think. But the thing is, if your average damage is... The problem with using averages is if you overkill stuff. Too. Averages are bad with overkilling. Maybe it's not that big a deal. And we're trying to... I'm just sweating it too hard. We're still gonna need to make a separate table, though. Maybe? Maybe we can reference the DRN. No, we're gonna need a separate table that, probably of exact roll. The odds of a lot of these things are actually the same. Is there a formulaic way for us to do this? I think it's actually this fraction minus everything that follows it for each of these. No, minus everything before it. Oh, this seems complicated enough. Adding it might be simpler to code a simulator. Maybe, but we want to be able to like look at the data and sort by spreadsheets and this type of thing. There's a wiki spreadsheet with DRN, or are you trying to calculate something else? Yeah, we're trying to calculate like average turns to kill units. which is overlapping multiple things. And one of the issues is, like, in the average damage, if something has 10 hit points, in the average damage, the problem with using average damage is that you don't get extra brownie points for overkilling anything. And the average is going to be pulled up. And so when you do 20 damage to something that has 10 life, it's the same as doing 10 damage. What have I walked into? Not like this. We were trying to make a spreadsheet for Dominions. I don't know. We might switch to playing in a little second. I don't know if I have a solution for how to do damage. Got rid of fractions? Got rid of the fractions? Why'd you get rid of the fractions? Was the fractions causing the issue? Yeah, the presence of overkill damage makes it so that you don't want to do average damage. I don't know that I've ever bothered to calculate stuff like that for troops. Yeah, but the thing is like... when you look at some of the information... when you're trying to evaluate information, being able to see it all is very important, and then being able to look at something and then what we will be able to do is we will be able to, like, not just look at how many turns it takes us to kill a unit with another unit, but also just input a new unit as the enemy and see, like, how efficient per gold is this unit at killing this other unit, and then compare not just efficiency per gold, but also efficiency per gem. And notice how different units can be different cost efficacy versus other units. And, like, it's much more straightforward than just vibes or something like this. But yeah, the calculation's a huge pain in the ass. But once you have it, like, I don't know, spreadsheets are just super uber truth-revealing, and I feel like people play on vibes. Any quantum mechanics here? Yeah. Just generally. And you can play on vibes, and vibes are often correct, but understanding how correct often is very truth-revealing. And, I imagine some stats are really undercosted, just in general, in Dominions. And so understanding stuff like that, like, being able to look through this, and then sort by guys with high defense, and then, like, we make a table with all the units, right? And then you can sort by defense, and then look at the gold efficacy. And you could sort by attack score and look at the gold efficacy. And you could sort by protection and look at the gold efficacy. And you might notice the theme of, hey, this one stat is generally just really undercosted. And so I didn't need the fractions now. I think averaging and taking value independently would never work in the spreadsheet made manually. You need a code that does it based on your inputs. You know what we might be able to do? Is do odds of one-shotting, odds of two-shotting, odds of three-shotting, odds of four-shotting, odds of five-shotting, and then for everything over 5, we could use average turns. We could do average damage, maybe. Like, if something can't be 5-shot, then average damage is probably okay. I actually have this as a simulation, by the way. It has misform and awe added in. I was calculating eagles being knife-full thugs with different item sets. Oh, very interesting. I agree spreadsheets are helpful, but there's so much that goes into all this, though. Damage types, head crits, fatigue, encumbrance, positioning, shields, hitting through shields, afflictions. Yes. Which raises the second thing is, like, stuff that gets one shot is generally going to perform a little bit better than stuff that gets two shot. When you consider, like, afflictions or, like, shield breaks or this type of stuff. The vibes can predict outcomes with spooky precision. But the vibes... I'm not saying the vibes can be off. I'm saying that... No, that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying those vibes can be off. And being able to predict a typical scenario doesn't help you a lot for understanding atypical scenarios. And I think one of the problems with vibes is vibes are really good in typical scenarios and they start to fall off a lot in atypical scenarios. You need 6 cells as inputs, 5 cells for the first 5 shots, and 1 for the average of those 5 shots, which could go in the calculation further. Even that is complicated. Maybe we could just do 1 shot and then average. Because 1 shot would eliminate all the overkill rolls, no? If we exclude all the rolls that are... If we... Is there a way we can exclude all the damage rolls which are overkills? And just have a one-shot chance? Spenta of water though. Do you have a file that has do you have a spreadsheet that has all the units in it? Or is that something I can find somewhere? Yeah, because if we exclude all one shots from the average, that would be fine then. How is damage calculated? Currently it's not, but it would be, we would need to take we would need to do, so for this DRN, it would be strength, oh, this is complicated for stuff with multiple attacks that have different weapons. Oh my god. I didn't even think about that. We can calculate it for primary weapon and then secondary weapon, I guess. It's not going to be perfect, but strength plus your weapon damage minus the protection of the enemy plus this DRN, that's the damage that gets dealt. And so this means that it's not binary like hitting is, where if you roll higher, you still hit. It doesn't matter how high you roll. For damage, it does matter how high you roll, and you can do a lot of damage or not. Inspector might let you do an export, I forget. I'm out. See you, Gabriel. Or you're out of ideas. But yeah, the... how to get the damage calc added in, I guess, is... we could roll the differentials plus 20 to minus 20 And if XYZ is, yeah, that's just gonna be how we do it, I think. I think that's just gonna be how we do it. The odds of rolling plus 20 to minus 20. So we need a separate column here to reference, which is the odd of this exact roll happening, not the odds of I'm out of juice, brain juice, yeah. Has General said anything about competitive Dom 6 game on stream will be? About how his competitive Dom 6 game on Steam will be? On Steam? I don't know how competitive I am. Those cats have just, the people who have been playing Dominions of the Wild just have, there's a big knowledge check. Like, you can kind of think your way through things, but, I don't know. Is there a concern the vibes are off? Are we trying to min-max playing something super hard? I'm missing the context. Oh, I mean, winning doesn't matter. What matters is understanding the thing, but yeah. My vibe for troops after first wars is I generally care that the troop will do reasonable damage, at least chip, and beyond that I rely on mages and buffing. Yeah, but then, okay. That's a strategy, right? Dark side cookies? That's a way you kind of play. And to be fair, I actually really like the Bebric's Guard. Like, to get into the game and take a look. When we think about in that game, we're like, hey, we're gonna do damage with our mages. Okay. Well, now then, who's going to be the best at soaking damage per gold? Even if we're doing all the damage with our mages, who's best at soaking other mage damage is going to be relevant, and who can last longest as a frontline, and how do we minimize cost? Because mages have upkeep, right? These guys have upkeep. Are these guys good damage soaks? That's kind of, like, looking at it and thinking through it, I actually think these guys are sick damage soaks. They just don't kill stuff very well. But they're on a per cost, they're also really not strong per sacred point. But on a per cost basis, for especially in the upkeep, for just being able to not die to stuff, especially because they have cold and fire resistant and pretty high protection and defense, they seem spectacular. I suspect protection is actually just an undercosted stat. From a gold perspective, protection you usually have to pay a lot of resources for, though. Would you like to talk to me on the mic? The unit stats are there, but it's complicated. Could you message me on Discord, and we could talk later? I don't know if importing all of it right now is necessarily something we have to do. I guess we could just talk. Just message me on Discord. So what's the variable that changes the damage on each hit? The problem, that's DRN, so it's 2d6, but the 6s can explode. So if you roll a 6, you add 5 to the score, and then you roll again. So it could go infinite. Sorry, where'd those spreadsheets go? My bad. I would ideally use something else to damage soak enemy mage fatigue, like free spawn. So that's another thing, is like health per square matters for soaking damage, and so high health stuff that just gets overkilled is like really valuable. But like, okay, how much damage soak can we get per gems, per summon, per mage turn? Like all this type. Cows aren't free spawn. Or they're free spawn, but they have upkeep cost. Mouflins don't. Mouflin Stone. Alright, I don't see a message on Discord yet, unless you pinged me. Oh, you joined the voice. Alright. Hello? Spectacular. My Discord's not off. Although I assume you're grabbing your mic. But the Mouflins are no upkeep. Do you have a mic, Spenta? Yeah, Spenta seems to be getting his mic, so I will, yeah, I'll just keep talking to chat. But, like, it might be the case that you get, like, you could also relativize, like, once you have everything and you can compare the factors, you can, like, relativize mage terms to gem income to gold income to, like, all these things in a very concrete way. Combat speed's the most complicated thing, like how long it takes the units to reach the lines, how relevant is this type of thing. So why not do it like this? Have 6 cells, first 5 for 5 independent hits calculated based on DRN, and the 6th one but based on average damage.
Generalist, can you hear me?
Yes.
Alright, nice.
Okay.
So, would you... Okay, I'm talking. Alright.
Yes. Don't say anything racist, I'm streaming, yeah. They can hear you.
Okay.
You can say hi, Mom. In case she's one of my 20 viewers.
She's not gonna watch this. So on GitHub, they have a tool called Dominion 6 Mod Inspector. It has all the numbers we need.
Yes.
But they are not all compiled together. So there are a lot of files. Some of them has the armor values, some of them has the weapon values, some of them has the raw stats without the armor and the weapons. So we need to look up the armor that the unit has, go find the value of it, and then add its protection to natural protection of the unit with the formula that the game has.
Yes.
And come up with the protection that way. And for the attack values, the damage values, they're all like that. Like you add this strength with the damage of the weapon to get the damage.
So could maybe have one spreadsheet which is just equipment, and the name of the equipment. I assume on the output on the unit it says what equipment they have.
So in one of the files, it lists all the equipment the unit has with the ID of the unit, and so you go to the equipment file and get its stats there.
This sounds something we could do.
Yeah, we can do it with a spreadsheet, I guess, but you can write a program for it.
What? Yeah, I would. The way I do it with spreadsheet is multiple sheets and have them reference each other. But I don't know how to do it with the program. If there's a program that just spits out what the unit's actual stats are, then that would be... Yeah.
So I can cook that up, but not today probably, because it's gonna take some time.
I mean, if you're interested in doing that, that would be fantastic. If you are not interested in doing that, which effort is effort, and I would appreciate it, but you by no means obligated to help me out. Just understanding how I could pull these things so I could do multiple sheets. I don't know if this is something I would get done in a very quick fashion either. This seems like a really massive project.
I can probably do it in Sunday. It will take me 3-4 hours, I think.
Oh, don't do it if it's going to take 3-4 hours. I think it'd be faster to do it my way.
I don't know. I'm just making up numbers because,
Fair.
I'm a computer scientist. We always
We need a
overestimate.
spreadsheet for how long it takes to do stuff.
My cat is destroying everything because I'm talking here. She needs attention.
Is she loud? Does she
Yeah,
meow a
she's
lot?
been meowing.
Oh, your mic's
She's
not
been
picking it up.
meowing. Oh, I have good quality mic. It's filtering out stuff.
Yeah. Stop picking up loud cars outside.
Yeah. All right,
So,
man. It's nice
alright.
talking to you.
Yeah, thank you for letting me know how it is on there. Much appreciated. Try
No
and
problem, man.
get back to the stream. Thank you.
No problem.
Alright. So, we're not going to have all the values for the stuff. We don't need all the values, though. We could do 1-shot, 2-shot, 3-shot, blue shot. You probably want models, repels, size differences, head hits. Yeah. Wonder if this would be a good vibe code project for someone. Pull the data directly from GitHub. From there, I'd recommend some AI projects. But like if we ask AI to do it, it can just make mistakes. At least a graph on how fucked we are and how big the spreadsheet is. Yeah. No, I mean there was a Victoria 3 sheet I wanted to do, but I never got around to it. There's several Victoria 3 concepts. I thought about making a video on it that I wanted to do, but it would involve simulating the entire economy to show the effects of various things. And I just didn't want to do that. Because I knew the effects were there, but it would have been such a monstrous task. Although this is looking like more complicated than... The fact that we can't use average damage really hurts. But yeah, someone was saying we do... We could just do 1-shot and then average damage from there, I think. And then... exclude all of the damage rolls that are 1-shots from the average damage would be the way to do this. So that brings us back to here. So the roll chance of this differential, we need the exact roll chance. I think these are just... we do this. Actually, I think this works. Okay, we have the exact roll chance. Can we reference this sheet? Or do we need this in the other sheet? We could VLOOKUP life. Or what the life is. Okay, I think we can VLOOKUP reasonably well enough. Here we're looking up hit chance. We can look up specifically one-shot chance very easy. In like the same way. So if we add strength, does this not work? Because we can do overkill damage on the second turn with the one shot amount of damage. So excluding it might not work. Ugh. We could still do a one-shot percentage chance though. So we're just gonna copy this. We do want it to look up the second column in that range. But instead we're going to be doing protection minus strength, right? We do protection minus strength, that means minus life, right? So protection. Let's start with life. Just try and keep the thing clean. So that's C9. So $C $9 minus, and then we do plus protection. And that's going to be C11, $C11. Minus the strength score. So that's going to be $I 6. That's not correct. That's not right. Does that sound right? A 10 strength unit has a 1/4% chance to one shot? What about a 15 strength unit? We have 20 strength, that should be real high, right? Yeah, okay. Okay. Oh, there's also weapon damage isn't in here. First thing on our list should be to think it's star and mono and keep adding to it. Yeah, I mean, I think the first thing is like, how often do you hit? How much damage do you do? How many turns does it take to kill? I built my vibes over 10k plus hours, and I still run situations every game where I don't know and I hope for the best. The game's really fun, somewhat unsolved in that way. Yeah, so I'm trying to ruin it for everyone else. You can reference the sheet you're looking for the VLOOKUP. One-shot chance should be prob to hit times prob... this is one shot if you hit. So it'd be this times this, yeah. I don't know... Let's insert a note. And then now, for average damage, we're gonna have to do a sum. We're gonna have to do like what we were trying to do earlier, where it's a sum of all the sub one-shot damage gonna have to be all the sub one-shot damage rolls possible multiplied by their probability of happening, which we have here. But now we're gonna have to VLOOKUP if sum these. Each attack on a unit can target other units unless it's a multi-attack from the same unit. We're concerned with primary weapons right now. Just trying to get the... Because adding a secondary weapon, we can add another calc for the secondary weapon. We can... is that the percentage that the DRN, or the chance, the strength plus DRN plus... This is the chance that the strength... We don't have weapon damage right now. But the strength... minus the protection, minus hit points, plus DRN is greater than... Or this is the value you need to do exactly enough, or... Sorry. All numbers that are equal to the strength minus hit points, minus protection plus DRN is this. Hits needed equals HP times average damage times hit chance. But the average damage we have to exclude overkill, which is why we're doing the one shot. We have to exclude the overkill, because otherwise it's going to pull the average up, and that's not actually properly capturing the hits we need. I mean, that's the straightforward way of doing it. But that's... The thing is what we might do is... We might do 1 shot, 2 shot, 3 shot, 4 shot, 5 shot. Or actually, so here's the thing: is the problem with excluding all the overkill damage is that from the averages is you can roll a 1 damage and then roll an overkill amount of damage, and so we can't exclude the probability of the overkill happening. We just have to somehow make the overkill a kill every single round of combat that we're considering. Head hits can kill as well, but this is a good start. Yeah, we're... 0.3 becomes 1. You could take ceiling. Not sure what you mean by take ceiling. The issue is if this is so our overkill, we can actually take a look here. If 1 shot is 7.4%, we know that the total HP plus protection is 5% higher. So all of this, no matter how probable this is... Wait. Somehow this is like inversed in my brain, but... This 7.4 includes all these other rolls. All of these rolls, no matter how much damage they do not increase the average amount of damage. Monte Carlo situation, get the exact number of killing and end hands. Is that something we could plug into a spreadsheet? I don't actually know what a Monte Carlo simulation is. We can't do a random generator. We can't use a spread. We can't do that. Use that as a tool with a spreadsheet. One shot is good, though. I'm just trying to think if there's an easier way to do average damage. I think we're gonna need to import something that looks like this into the cell. And that messes with it if it's a table. And yeah, we might just play a little bit. I don't know. This might need to come to me in a dream. If there's an easier way to do it than this really, like, tedious way of doing it. But also, maybe just doing it the tedious way makes a lot of sense. Is do, like, an if statement for excluding all the one-shots. And then do sub one-shots. Damage times probability to get average damage per hit. Average non-one-shot damage, and then every turn you have a chance to roll one-shot damage. Other than that, you're rolling average damage. Seems like a bit to think of playing as a... You can make a program that does this and just spits out the values, but would it dynamically update when we change all the hit points and protection and this type of stuff? That's the thing, is like, we need it to dynamically update. I also think that might look on getting the actual stats before we like get too deep in the tank here, like with in regards to formatting. Paradox games are always super nice looking spreadsheets, so it's pretty easy to turn them into actual spreadsheets. It's a bit harder for Dominions. Yeah. Spreadsheet won't update? Yeah, that's the... We need it to update. We need to be able to just, like... Look at all these numbers. Because... The foundation has to be, like, strong for doing these types of comparisons. And eventually it just lets you flip through the information very quickly, but setting it up is, like, we also just, I have intuitions about things. But I think we might maybe just try and get in the game. Let me try and cook on Google Sheets. Yeah, I think I'm gonna use the restroom, I'll be right back, and then we're gonna, I think, try and, unless we get struck by some inspiration, try and play a little instead of trying to figure it out. I have an idea. We have a chance to roll one-shot damage every subsequent turn. Oh, my idea was stupid. My bad. I apologize. I was thinking it was just the one-shot damage odds squared. Oh no, well, you can calculate the odds of not rolling of... Yeah, because we can't minus out... Yes, we could do the odds of not rolling one-shot damage multiple times. Yeah, okay. And we could do this for, like, the first 5 turns. Right, where whatever this value is squared, right? No, wait. Odds of rolling this and then rolling a one-shot. So we need to calculate the odds of not one-shotting, and then multiply them by the odds of one-shotting. So that's the odds of not one-shotting. So on the instances of not one-shotting, we also have a chance to one-shot. So 6.9% of the time. No, that's not. No, yeah, 6.9% of the time. We will fail to kill in one hit, and will one-shot on the subsequent hit. If we're attacking repeatedly, if we're attacking something until it dies. Is this right? I think this is right. Have you used the inspector before? I have. One-shots get easier? Yes, but I'm trying to calculate the odds of doing one-shot damage since we are excluding one-shots from average damage. So this is the odds of doing one-shot quantity damage on the subsequent turns. Does that seem right? I guess that's right. So we'll do one-shot tier damage. That looks right. 93%. Yeah, I mean, I think the math squares up too. And then the odds. And we can just do this. And this is the odds of us doing one shot or more quantity damage in the first 5 turns. How many turns should we do? We could do a lot of turns. This is pretty easy. But we're taking the odds of not hitting one shot amount damage. And what we will do is, for the quantity of turns to kill, we will use average damage. And we will multiply that times like a weighted probability where the 7% weighted probability of a 1, a 6.9% weighted probability of a 2, a 6.4% weighted probability of a 3 in terms of hits to kill. And so we will be able to... Yeah, we will be able to do it. This will work. This will work. This will work. So, like, if we have a lot of strength, it's almost all going to be one-shots. Right? We're either one-shotting... Yeah. We will probably move this way to the over, then. And in doing this, we can use averages without it... gumming things up. How many turns should we do? I guess 20 is a really safe number, huh? Curious what this looks like. Ah. Ah. This doesn't look right, intuitively. I don't know if chat blocks that. Well, the thing is, we're not one-shotting stuff. Because we're rolling to kill it. Yeah, the problem is these probabilities are not... This doesn't work because this is excluding the probability that they're already dead. So... that they're dead by a non-one-shot means. If we can only one-shot things, this is correct that in the first 20 turns we have a 91.92% chance to one-shot. But this is failing to account for non-one-shot damage being able to kill. So, it's fine for the second, but for every subsequent turn, this is an issue. Alright, because we will be giving weight to events. And we could just do the first 2 turns, but that's not gonna quite give us exactly what we want. Oh... We have to somehow, starting on turn 3, exclude the possibility that they died to non-one-shot damage on the previous turns. Or we could just say, we're just going to do this on the first 2 turns and use average damage otherwise. Which is less precise, but I can't... It's not immediately coming to me how to solve this issue. I did this by programming the fights and doing 10,000 of them, average the results. Yeah, but the problem is we want... If we can put it in a spreadsheet, we can compare multiple units and then change parameters on the fly without needing to do a program for it. I can run it and give you the results. The results won't work because we need to be able to... I appreciate the offer, but just having the results won't work for what we're trying to do here. We're not trying to... We're trying to create a spreadsheet. We're not trying to find the answer to this question for an individual unit. We're trying to find the equation required to be able to calculate it for all units in a way that is satisfactory. I mean, shoot sheet 2 of the same page. Hit chance, damage protection, DRN 1, DRN 2. Is this calculating a custom DRN function? No, but I don't want it to calculate. I don't want it to run the sim. I want it to... We'll generate new numbers. No, I don't want the... I want the average amount of turns it'll take to kill the thing. Not, a simulation. This might be helpful, though. Not for what we're trying to do, though. Because we're not trying to run a simulation, we're trying to express it in an equation. Hey, the reluctant one. If we run this 1,000 times automatically, we get chances. Could it run it based on inputs 1,000 times? There's like hundreds of units in DOMs. You'd have to do hundreds of thousands of calculations. Do we need cells for each of those? You know what we could do is we could exclude a rough average of how many turns it takes to kill with average damage. I could cook it like that. I don't think Google Sheets could do hundreds of thousands of I mean, I guess it kind of can, but... Could just do it for the first 2 turns. It's not right. Where we we'd be excluding all the odds. We'd be excluding too much odds of one-shotting, especially for the high-strength units. I mean, well, if something has a high chance of one-shotting, it's just gonna have a high average damage as well, right? Maybe just 2 turns is enough. We just understand that the math is a little bit off. But not by a lot. It'll be slightly underrepresenting damage. I think I have this equation right, though. Let's just double check. So 1 minus this, so 92% of the time or whatever. 92.58% times actual probability of rolling one-shot level damage. That's crazy how that adds up. Just a bunch of 1% in a row. That's kind of Dominions for you, though. Going beyond, without using VBA, going beyond 2 conditions can run Excel. Better to have a general solution matrix than running software through math. No. Going through toothpicks here. I mean, goddamn. Maybe we'll think of a solution here. Because once we exclude the one-shot damage, we can just use average damage. Actually, even then, that's not satisfactory entirely, but it's kind of okay. It still is including overkill damage. Ideally, we'd want to somehow exclude all the overkill rolls. Alright, let's maybe get a game going then. Or a little play a few turns or something. MP stream game. Oh, this was, yeah, this was scuffed. I remember now. We had planned on playing this save, but it was broken. Let's just delete it. Just look at Parine's stream, see how far along this is. Also just start a new game. This is really far along. I think we were running into a little bit of trouble here, if I recall this game. Just start a new game too. We can continue the Muspelheim game we were playing. I think there's a way to increase difficulty for everyone. Muspelheim seems interesting with the hot capital cold scale Dominion. Yeah, the people who were suggesting me how to play it thought that I should just go heat scales and just play around the sacreds. It seemed pretty strong. I tried to vibe code something. Would it work as a stopping point? I gave Cloud a copy of the manual. You just told Cloud, let her rip. Maybe this is the way to do things now. You can, I think you can't link stuff, but you can link it on the Discord and at me. The link to the Discord is... I don't have a problem with you linking, it's just that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... it's that, YouTube has a problem with you doing it. So we can click delete to remove one, or is it backspace? There we go. We can put in all the people who are in our... all the nations that are in our lobby. I guess we do that. We have Airmore. We have Kalasa. We have Alanka. We have a Tianxi. We have a Yomi. We have a Xibalba. We have Veritos. We have Atlantis. We have Theranos. And Muspelheim. No peeking if you're in the multiplayer game. I think that's kind of unlikely. Well, maybe not, I don't know. I'm starting to think that we could have run something a little bit different than this, but... getting practice expanding is maybe okay too. But like, one thing that would be nice if you be able to really look up and figure out, like, I think it's kind of easy to understand what's cost effective, but it's maybe harder to understand what's cost effective versus what. So hopefully we, let's disable Cataclysm. Hopefully we... I think there's no yearning chance in the game. Said you put the link in the Discord. These underground thrones, man. So that's gonna impede expansion quite a bit. We're still adjacent to 4, though. Let's profit this guy. Blood hunt this guy, but give him guard. Then I think it's 3 that we can recruit. And we can do this. Or did you DM me? You probably DM'd me. That would make sense. Yeah. Oh my god, the Muspelheim player, or... Let's just see our DMs. we'll handle that later. Alright. We get some blood slaves. Hell yeah, brother. So we got Trogs, Sinos, Cavemen, and Bakameno shows. So this is going to be the soft spot. We are probably going to service and then have to turn back around. But we'll have a good little bit of an expansion squad for that. So actually, it kind of looks okay with what's going on. Like, if there's a place that we could choose to be soft, it would have been this one. These guys aren't demons, so we will not send our scout with them. Or they're not demons / undead. Combat calculator. Let's show the class what we're looking at. Like if we're not looking at it like instantly, but we have attack skill, defense skill. Attack minus floor. Fatigue divided by 20, effective defense plus shield parry. Attack or damage per swing, kills and end swings. You just told this to an AI and it outputs this for you? I mean, this is kind of sick. So some of the areas where there's going to be an issue. This doesn't look correct because this should almost certainly be a decimal. What's it referencing? C6 plus C7 minus D8. Max is 0. Yeah, so this isn't actually doing a DRN, is it? It's just taking percent damage. So like when you have something that there's gonna be a lot of things that have less strength and weapon damage than prot, but they're still gonna be able to kill stuff. Yeah, it sucks. But I feel like jobs are cooked with the models. I mean, this looks really neat. The math is wrong, yeah. The maths, it's just not doing a DRN. It's not doing all the hard parts that we're trying to do. It's doing it in an easy way, and then it looks really nice. I think in principle we still do like Myro, but what does this look like? much better than... I think we maybe need to recruit them. No. Let's do this. For now. Can we start on this? Yeah, we can start on this. Supposed to draw a DRN from a missing second sheet. Did you tell it to, like, kind of do it how we tried to do it? Jesus Christ. I don't know if we can go into 100 barbs, man. Oh, I forgot to set the guy to use blast. He probably blessed anyways, but... Kinda sucks. Good roll of getting one of these guys, though. Let's get Alteration 2 into Construction 3. God, what a shit roll. I don't think we can kill 100 barbs. That's a lot of barbs. Can come back the other way and then go through the caveman. Looks like we have another flood. So... do this. Yeah, I tried to. Yeah. I think the DRN thing is, like, complicated for it to understand, probably. I mean, it took, well, the AI's, just because it's complicated for us to understand doesn't mean it's complicated for AI, because AI is going to be really a lot better at doing some things. That's interesting. In every single one of our test games, Xibalba didn't roll underground with Perrine. This is actually just like, I think, turbo bad, right? Okay. Or turbo good and kill Xibalba. I don't think that's... I mean, this is a low roll on the Trogs. We could try and get out the other way. Considering the Trogs rolled low, because they were 20 the previous 2 turns. So let's do this. And on attack rear, they should be a little bit better about fanning out. We'll give them a little bit more space to do so. Going on the Trogs. Kind of a miserable roll. That's just generally been the experience. He's either here or here. I don't think he can spawn in the corner, so Xibalba's right there. Ideally, we would want to cut him off of Silver World. Maybe that's the way to play this, actually. Just fight Xibalba immediately. It's probably not, because we're like a turn behind on Expo. You should also stream Songs of Six. I've played Songs of Six. I've streamed Songs of Six. Long ago. adjustment we're gonna make, we're gonna put that guy in the middle. And then put those guys a little bit closer. I think they get swamped. And we look to cut them off. We shift click for 5? Yeah, we can. Alright, I feel stupid. Losing weight, you look good, brother. Thank you, thank you. It's because I cleaned up the beard a bit. I know I made a million chunks, but wow, EU5 looks different. How's it going? Hey, Tarkus. So many thrones in your home area? Yeah. Can you imagine spawning with like 2 thrones right next to your capital? That'd be awful. Probably want to be setting up for next turn, getting enough guys. So we'll try and use all of our stuff. The Sorgina will be able to search, but we're looking to... You know what we'll do? We don't have enough money to do that. Just kidding. We won't do that. Wonder how we did against Shabalba. Probably, or it looks like we won. Looks like we won into no resistance though. Do we win against that? Can't imagine we do. He's here. I don't know what my plan was here, but seeing the Sinos there means we're not getting out that way. Maybe we could go in the Bakemono show and then lose this, and then try and take it back. Walk back to the Nether. God, this is actually just an uber miserable start. Get her on research. Yo, I cooked some stuff. Look at my sheet. Look at my sheet, dog. Alright. Spreadsheet warning for those who've not been here for... This is going to do a bunch of calcs. I'm not sure what it is we're cooking. Or you mean this? This wasn't you, was it? Wait, I'm confused. This was someone else's. Sheet 2? Yeah, your sheet 2 is name question mark. Get unknown function, swing count. It's a very pretty looking spreadsheet. I need your custom function. That'll do it. Can you not put it in the spreadsheet? This looks uber scuffed. I don't know how we're supposed to handle this. I can say that I'm actually curious how this fight goes. So I think we lose this, but I actually just want to test. I just want to limit test. Oh, we don't. We slap the shit out of them. Okay. It seemed like there's a lot of guys. Oh, this is significantly less. So they're gonna drop in the back, but we... Oh, they dropped on us. Okay. I think we don't get our movement off, though. Yeah. What? Preach. Probably handle this a little bit poorly. God, there's a throne up there. Holy mother of can't escape, dude. Playing the underground on this map is so miserable because, so like, having choke points when you can also roll stuff that you just like straight up can't expand into is just miserable as hell. I have instructions on the Discord DM. I think I'll take a look at setting it up a little bit later. Have you tried, because we're reaching the tail end of probably the stream a little bit, have you tried any Total War game? Although, this game, like, just seemed, oh Jesus. Underground's, like, so miserable here. Let's go back. So we can escape out this way. I mean, I think we're trying to kill Jeep-Alba at this point. Like... with a swing that big, and if they have a weak pretender, we just get GG'd. We could have spent our gold a little bit better here. I don't think we win this versus... Or I think we attrition out the ass to that many trogs. We'll recruit one more squad. You banished the long dead easily? Not the knights. The knights are really tough. I made a mistake. We need more siege strength. I guess we're going that way. God, this has to be an awful start. I also don't know how to access the story events. But these guys, the Long Dead Horsemen are super... The Long Dead Horsemen are like way, way tougher than the Long Deads and the other ones. You have Caveman PD for one of your provinces? Yeah. This one. This one. Nourishment Wrexham. Maybe we'll head Maybe we'll try heading this way then. And get the other force in that way. We'll just see if we can kill Xibalba. Oh, just kidding. We can't. Did we get a little cheater here? Did he get extra turns of recruitment? What's this? What's this? Why does he have so many dudes? What's all this about? What's all this about? Alright, I guess the run's dead. That's it for us. Let's see how the battle went though. One of these guys is a pretender god, right? He's got enlarge on his blast. By the looks of it. I think these ones are the, yeah. Interesting choice. Probably just bad. Oh, I fucked up the positioning. This guy was supposed to be in the middle of all the other dudes. Yeah, I mean, I don't... Well, the mages... No, wait, these aren't mages. They just get throw flames. What is this? This seems so strong. What's this from? Where'd they get in? So, a little bit of a limit test. That's okay, we do it as a limit test. This is functionally like a dead run. Don't know where the Zipster came from, though. Is that a blood ritual summon? Should probably try and figure that out. What's the name of them? Fiery Imps. Fireblood, crosspath summon. That early? So maybe it makes sense. What really killed us a lot? Actually, what murked us was the fact that our Bebrix wasn't in the scrum in the middle of all of our dudes when they dropped down on us. That's actually what the issue was, more than anything. You can forward recruit anywhere? Yeah, it's these guys, these nasty guys. I mean, okay, I think this is like theoretical recoverable, but I kind of hate this map on the underground if it rolls like this. Where just like everything's very choke pointy on this map in general. There's a ton of choke points above land, but not only are the choke points thinner underground, but also like there's a lot of stuff you can roll underground that you just like can't expo into. Like Sinos are pretty bad. To be fair, we took a big chunk out of Xibalba pretty early, so maybe I'm overreacting to this. And we have a ton of gold. Let's take a look back at the spreadsheet. Yeah, so where we were kind of leaving off was we need a way to... We can calculate the probability of one shot occurring. And then the first two turns are significant because we can exclude their probability. We can exclude their damage, the one-shot damage, from the average damage calculation and just include the probability that the thing is dead on the first turn. multiplied by the chance that it turn 1's one-shots, and turn 2 by it failing to turn 1 one-shot, but succeeding in turn 2 one-shotting. After that, the confound is that there's a chance that we kill on turn 2 without a one-shot. In terms of the turn 3 probability, and that probability needs to be excluded somehow. And I don't have a very good way of doing that. We could have some jury-rigged kind of way of doing it. We could compare 40 different damage outputs and calculate the probability of doing 2 damage outputs that are non-lethal. Obviously, if we want to do that for the next cell over, we would have to add 1 layer to that. I don't think that's reasonable. We could just do only the first 2. So, if the one-shots are significantly affecting or pulling the average, they will also very significantly remove a lot of, if we have the idea behind we're doing it like this is to exclude overkill damage from the average. If we have really high strength, the odds that we are overkilling, basically the more overkill potential we have, the more that non-overkill damage is just gonna be very sharply eliminated from the average by the first 2 one-shot potentials. So, are you hosting the game? You might like Donut Caves more. I like just the natural one big-ass cave a lot. With like no choke points in terms of the expo. The choke points are nice for defending, but like expansion underground is just way harder than expansion above ground. There's like way more stuff you just can't attack into without some manner of stuff. This also should not add up to over 100%. Something's wrong here. Actually. Did I just do this wrong? Maybe we can't use this, I just calculated it wrong. So, this is the odds. Change the strength here back to like 16 or something. So this is the odds of us not one-shotting on turn 1 multiplied by the one-shot odds. Oh. This is wrong. It's not wrong for this cell, but it's wrong in general, because this needs to reference... this needs to always reference this other column. Because this is the chance of it being one-shot damage. No, that's not right. That doesn't look right either. Is that right? I don't really think this speaks to our neurodiversity and the ones who like spreadsheets, but definitely try some Rogue Trader 40k at some point. Responding to CRZ. Did I not see CRZ's message? What? This is wrong because it should never be it should never hit 100%. Something's wrong here. Okay, we're doing the odds of 1 minus V6, so 1 minus the odds of the one-shot. Okay, so when it doesn't one-shot, times the one-shot potential. Sorry. This should be the product of 1 minus all these values together. So some product. Forget how to set this up. I think I'm setting it up wrong though. And then it's like comma. Or is it 1 minus? Does that look right? 18% chance to have not done one-shot damage. Is that what we're getting though? That doesn't look right. You have to do 1 minus 13 times 1 minus 11 times 1. You know, there's sweaty games, and then there's gym sauna levels of sweatiness, and that's Dominions, kind of, yeah. Dominions has, like, sweaty complexity. I don't know if the player... I don't know how high the stakes get. The thing is people don't get to roll really hard sample sizes, because games take months. And instead they have to, like, run sims on their own or whatever. So they could look at individual situations a lot. But the opportunities for level and generation of new meta is, like, relatively low, because it just takes too long to run one iteration of a game. Or it doesn't mean that they're not sweaty, it's just like, there's no place for them to sweat. They're definitely sweaty. I'm just trying to... I just don't know... I don't know the thing to... This also is fundamentally not important, because this is just the chance that something gets one shot in the... takes one-shot damage within the first 20 turns. Also, I think that the calculation was... Yeah, so it's just going to be 1 minus this multiplied by every single version of that. Or we want the odds that something does get one shot. Is it... It's not all these multiplied by each other. That'd be a smaller and smaller number. It's 1, yeah, it's 1 minus. All that is the odds that something doesn't get one shot, which would probably be pretty low, but still like double digit or something. The meta does change massively though. I started playing Dom 3 and it was all Tartarians and wishing Armageddon back then. Yeah, I mean the thing is like people can also form like inferences that like are only like particular to a matchup, and I think Dominions, because the thing is like your sample size is just so small, like always, versus human opponents, because it takes months to play a game. So like people probably know how to play the first 24 turns in general. Each Discord has its own meta too. Yeah, people probably generally know how to play the, and then Diplo adds a whole nother layer, because like something can be effective but considered BM. And if something's effective but considered BM, that adds like a layer where you get macro punished for a correct play, whose correctness doesn't give you an edge sufficient enough to justify the punishment. So like in terms of like the sweat of the players relative to the solution of the metagame, like I would reckon that Dominions is relatively low. Not by virtue of like the players being unable to figure out the meta, but by virtue of like the sample sizes required to figure out the meta are not available to players. Also, if there's a lot of vibes players as well, which I would not be surprised, exploitative play doesn't always look like optimal play. Like in poker, if you know someone folds too often, you should bluff more than is theoretically correct. Which is to say you're engaging in a play that's exploitative, that only works by virtue of them not properly adjusting. Like in Dominions, one of the ways in which this manifests is raiding squads. Your raiding squads should always be just more than enough than your opponent needs to defend, in terms of investment, and taking into account attrition. So you should want to take their provinces that are relatively undefended with as little units as possible. Well, how much they defend their provinces is going to affect what is effective for that. And this could send you into weird breakpoints where, like, it's going to... The meta, like, against particular players is probably trying to hit them off of expensive breakpoints in terms of capital mage recruitment or gem investment. Stuff like that, or not capital mage recruitment turns and gem investment. Like, these are breakpoints. And so using an exact amount of defense that pips them to the next level is going to be important. But if everyone always does 6 defense always, the way that you approach raiding is probably going to be more effective. But like the equilibrium just can't be 6 defense always. The equilibrium has to be something else. Province defense. And the equilibrium might not even be province defense. The equilibrium might be, for every 2 locations that can get raided, I have 1 unit shuffling back and forth between them 50% of the time, such that half the time they will hit my raid squad, half the time they will hit my anti-raid squad, and when they hit my anti-raid squad, their losses will be not enough to justify, you know, what's going on. For those of you who are less familiar with Dominions, raiding is when there's often you have like army stacks, and the way that you approach this is like also going to affect things. But let's take a look at maybe. I think this was like a single player game we were playing. Often you have like places where you have an entire army stacked, and then you have places that are relatively undefended. And the undefended places, you want to... It's like, for those of you who've read The Art of War, the Sun Tzu principle is like, if your enemy is way stronger than you, you want to attack him where he is weak. And then if you're just a little bit weaker than you, boy, do you want to attack him when he's strong, because you get to, like, thunk him with a bunch of stuff. Well, what you kind of want to do is, if you have a really big army, like here we have a really big army, and it beats your opponent's army, you want to fight army on army. He doesn't want to. He wants to raid you. Or if he can slow you down while you're fighting army on army and force you to siege down his forts while he raids you, it's going to strangle you off of resources. So this is the idea behind raiding. Does the community like the game? Bars? I don't know. I assume so. But, the solution is, like, variable, and, chances are people are either under-protecting against raids or over-protecting against raids. And so the exploitative play would be to not raid, or raid more, depending on what they're doing, or have your raids be in a particular type of way. And maybe people also raid too often, and the way to really attrition out resources from them is not to actually raid yourself, but to develop counter-raiding squads and formulate a strategy around counter-raiding. Because people generally like to be on the offensive and taking action more than they like to be defending. And so if you could defend like 2/3 of your provinces with groups that rotate, and you use some sort of random number generator to decide whether or not they're going to rotate, just to avoid being exploitable, like if you just have a squad, it's covering 2 different bases, and half the turns you will rotate and half the turns you won't, and you just roll a dice to determine whether or not to do this. If you think your opponent's just going to outthink you, you just use random number generation. But you're looking to trade resources, and this is why the spreadsheet's relevant. Because the spreadsheet gives you an idea of if you're actually trading resources effectively, or likely to. But also, like, when you lose 10 gold worth of units, if you can relativize, something that this would help a lot is, if you could give a generalized combat power idea to units that cost gems and units that cost gold, then you can kind of relativize the value of gem income to gold income, which is something that I thought was difficult. And also, you can, it might be the case that the relativized value is contingent upon what magical paths you have available, how deep you are in those paths, or it's almost certainly going to be contingent on these things, what nation you're playing, this type of thing. And so the gem to gold ratio for troops is going to be different for every nation, also different depending on what magical paths you have available. Also, how much research you have probably affects how valuable you view research, which is like a mage turn, which is also consumed in the summoning of, like, things. And a lot of this information you can, like, look at via spreadsheet and understand it very, very quickly. And you can't do that just by vibesing in-game without an enormous sample size. Because you have to understand not just, oh, like, look at an army and be like, oh, this army beats that. Like, we have here a few squads. We got some Vinemen. We got a bunch of summoned troops. They're just kind of a soft line. This is really not a very strong army, which is why we're defending our fort rather than going into it. What we have is some really big, nasty thugs that, you know, are going to be very, very killy. And just like a front line to try and hold the line, and a bunch of, like, free summon troops with, like, cave cows and Mouflin and these guys, and okay. Or the army's strong, but it's strong because the mages. I forgot the point I was about to make here. There's something about trading. But been thinking about writing about, like, I've been brainstorming a little bit about, like, just general, like, strategy, but, like, a lot of it is resource exchange and trying to trade up. And you have to understand, in order to trade up, when you have multiple axes of resources, you have to understand how valuable they are relative to each other, and the value that they are relative to each other changes in game as the game goes on. Like, gems become... The value of gems goes up as the game goes on, because what you can do with the gems tends to get more powerful. And so the value of gold is higher earlier on. And so trading gems for gold early is going to look different than trading gems for gold later. And it's going to look, again, different on different nations, different this type of stuff. But also, mage turns is another thing. Mage turns early are going to be more valuable than late game, because a mage turn is... or I think it's more valuable early than late. Research, like, has exponential increasing cost. I don't think it has exponential increasing power. But you could take a look at, like, units you can summon and their power relative to gold, and then relativize that to the summon rank. And then based on that, you know that it costs doubling exponential increasing cost for research, and you can try and infer is... are you doubling in power, or are you not doubling in power per gem, per, like, mage turn, this type of thing, as you increase up the tree? How many runs did you try already? Not an enormous amount. So I don't have that big a knowledge pool. I'm probably going to get smoked in this multiplayer game I'm recording for content, but, I think, I mean, I've won a few games of Dominions against the AI, but I'm literally playing my first multiplayer game, so, and I don't know what the Diplo meta looks like. I don't know if I'm BMing people. I don't know this and that and this type of thing. I'm trying to remain active. I'm trying to, I think I've already made some mistakes that are substantive. I don't think they lose me the game. BM them, you got this? Yeah. Classic. I think the longer the game goes, the more I will be out of my knowledge base, but perhaps the more I'll be in my element strategically. I think Diplo is something that is probably going to be the easiest thing for me to do, if I can avoid BMing people. I don't know what's considered BM. I get smoked by someone half your skill? You're unknown, which gives you a shot? Maybe. Good luck in your multiplayer game? Thank you. We'll see how it's good. It's like turn 14. I would show it on stream, but I don't want to information reveal and this type of thing. I have a strategy for Perrine. I've been trying to figure it out in the abstract. I think we have some... I think it's a middle of the road nation. I think we have tools. Been trying to figure it out. I have some people I'm scared of, people someone don't break naps and YOLO. That's kind of what I was thinking is... yeah. I subbed in my first games to get my feet wet. I didn't want to just drop in on someone else's, like, game plan and have no idea what they were trying to do. And I didn't want to be like, yo, can I look at the save? And then, like, look at the save and be like, yikes, just kidding. I didn't want, like, one of those situations. Unga boonga. Yeah, so here's an example of, like, this would be really easy to raid. But I think we're going to wrap it up and try and figure out the spreadsheet a little bit more later. Try and see if... I was trying to, like, outro and, like, just talk through the problem, and then I got on a tangent, but I'm not sure how we resolve this problem other than just, like, only using 2 turns worth of one-shot calc, where we just calculate the odds that we one-shot on turns 1 and 2, and we exclude these from the averages. Or we exclude the one-shot damage from the average. And this will pull the average damage down. But one-shots will get concluded afterwards, and so I think this pulls it back up, and maybe it's a wash. Maybe I'm just, like, way overthinking and, like, trying to avoid one-shots being part of the calculation. I think it should be fine to look at a save and say no, at least on the Discord I play on. Maybe it is. I don't know any of the etiquette around anything. It's one of my issues. Let's see if anyone's streaming. Something we can raid into. Mainly EU5, because I think that's what people are... I mean, I assume. What Gaius is playing? I think he's... only in German, though. So we're not going to raid him. You guys don't speak German. Don't see anyone else we recognize. Someone's... oh, we maybe have someone with hot take. Their stream title is how...
I'm not going to say anything more.
Their stream title is how is EU5 faring in 2026? So maybe to the extent people want to hear some hot takes, we maybe throw it that way. That'll maybe be an interesting one. We'll link it to the YouTube as well. I added one-shot Rose, the AI thing I sent you. Interesting. Looks like it's trying to think. Alright, we're gonna end the stream. Thanks everyone for coming out. Have a good one, and then we will raid.